Buddy, Hello Bart here, and welcome. Yep, it's not a game. Ain't much of anything yet. But, just chatting. Kind of a prelude to things to come for, probably first of the year. I may not wait that long. I was playing New World, but the latest patch has fucked it up so bad that it's, you know, ruined things that shouldn't have been ruined. So, no idea. Let's make a new folder. Temp folder. Blueprint. For now, um, just make it an actor test box. And we're going to add in a cube and raise the Z to 50. And let's place it at 0, 0, 0. And this is wrong. Floor. And I told you to be -5. Why that didn't save, I don't know. So there, we have a test cube. One of the things I was kind of thinking about was, man, that camera's a little bit fast, but all right. Right now we have a material that's this. Um, let's get rid of this. Let's get this. Let's see. Hmm. Probably gonna have to make a new material, but let's basic shape material. Get material. And why did you do that? Because I mean, I'm already freaking linked there. So I get the material. That's not what I want to do. No. Probably just need to make a new material. Um, test that. And then get the base color is Materials are not my strong point, by the way. So I need the actual base material. Yeah, I guess I could explain what the hell I'm doing, but essentially, what I want to do is I want to have an index of. Alright, so that's not going to do it. I want to be able to control the R, the G, or the B, or all three. Um, would have been constant, maybe, or. Let's see here. No, I don't want to make changes. I didn't make any changes. There's nothing there. Let's get rid of that. I have materials already, and let's just say red. That was a texture sample. Okay. Um, let's just see if I can index that. Fuck off. Let's change the basic material to. And this project here I've already added in. The basics. Alright, yeah. This is not going to work the way I wanted to. So basically, what I need to do here. Go away. Is there's a couple different theories of what I want to do with a game. And there's two main ones. One is a open world cooperative based game with player versus player, building, crafting. Think New World with instead of going to a town and buying a house, you can go to a town and buy a lot, and that lot would say will be about the size of this floor right here, and you basically use your materials that you have found either from an auction or from harvesting in the world or what have you, and you build the house that you want to build. So you don't just get some, oh, I want a chair here and a picture there and a one, you build the actual building itself. And it has to fit within the bounds of a cube. Let's say the same length and width would also be the height. No building above that because it would block you from building above that. So you have to build within those constraints. And you would have an entry point, a single, maybe a double depending on the location. If it's on a corner, we'll say it has this and this as your entry point, that kind of junk. Or building constraints where there has to be a tile wide enough like this to be able to walk around. A fenced in section with, you know, the number of ways in and out, 1, 2, 3, or 4 based on the location of the in the town. But having constraints so that you have at least this one tile wide. And breaking out these tiles, you'll notice that it's a 100 by 100 tile, and the little tiny tiles here, like this light gray versus the dark gray, is broken up into 10 tiles across, so it's 10 by 10, and that would mean that each one of these is 100 by 100. So for example, let's grab a box here, and we know that the X is going to be 2000, the Y is going to be, well, we'll just make it 10, and this needs to be 2000. Let's make sure this is negative 995 500. So that would be, no, even higher than that. Negative 1000. So this would be the build constraints. We'll probably cut that in half, though that's a little tall. Let's make that 500 and this 1000. So I think that's reasonable, you know. So this would be your build environment. You could build inside that with that as your height. And since we want to build force, we'll say it to be 200 shorter. So let's make this 1500. And since I want to be able to walk in and out of this, let's go ahead and make this instead 1800. Put that at 0. And let's make that a hollow with a 10 wall thickness. And if we tried to play now, we would be stuck inside this cube. And for giggles, let's go ahead and throw in zero. Why? Because I love you. 10. What? Positioning negative 995. We'll put it right there where we need it to be. And let's make this in the X. I don't know if you can see, but there's X, Y, and Z here. So X would need to be 2000. And Control C and Control V. And take away that. So now we have that there. And that should be 995. Why was this not where I told it to be? Negative 995. Okay. And I'm going to duplicate that over here. And let's raise that to 100. This needs to be X of 10. And this needs to be 995. Control C and Control V. Negative. So that creates the build space, but we're still stuck inside this cube. And we need to have an entryway and an exitway. We know that we spawned there. So let's go ahead and put in a... We'll make this in the X 12. And we'll leave it 200 by 200. But we're going to make this subtractive. Whatever, it goes through. And this we need to lower to 495. Should bring it down flush with the floor. So now if we hit play, we can actually walk outside here. And this would be our build constraints. This is just representative of what we'd end up with. You'd still be able to walk around your property and you know, try to interact with things. But then this would be the build constraints of inside, of what you're going to have to build in. And like I said, that would actually be on... And let's get rid of all that. The property that you actually purchase in town. So let's make sure we're back to this again. So that's, it's like the basics of what I want to do with game type number 1. Essentially just a crafting game, you know, with whatever kind of combat, whether it be modern style combat, which I would prefer, or ancient style combat, or what have you. It doesn't matter right now, though. In the process of actually building a game, you got to really figure out what direction you're going to go with, and then start implementing features one little thing at a time. And of course, you know, then the architecture. Do you need a dedicated server where people log in and play every day, or a hostable server where I could actually just host my own server and, you know, let people join me, or, you know, what have you, let people actually lease their own dedicated servers. Okay, so the other idea is more of a sci-fi base, where it's, instead of this country versus that country, you know, everything would be corporations. The world is no longer structured the way that that world is, and it doesn't have to be Earth. It just has to be a place to play. And let's actually go to, while we're sitting here talking about it, hey, what is that? Man, it hurts. Pick up first aid kit. Hey, look, money on the floor. I has monies. I'm not hurt, so I can't take that first aid kit. So, essentially, what you end up with is you are essentially, what it boils down to is you are a remote operator of a unit like what you see here. This is an android character, and you start off, all you have is your basic bitch character. You can equip weapons and so forth. You can go into war against the other corporations. There would be fixed corporations, there wouldn't be player run corporations. Um, Maybe two, three, four different main companies. And what you're doing is fighting a war against the other companies or corporations so that you can take over territory. But since you're operating a mech, so to speak, there's no humans on the battlefield. Everything is all going to be your mechs out there, and your basic mechs or a basic fighting unit, basic combat unit, whatever. They go out there, they fight. If they get killed, then okay, their body falls where they are. But right now, this is just a test sequence. It doesn't process anything. It shows you're dead. Sure, you can heal back up, but essentially, once your character model, your body, this body, once you're out there in the field and it dies, it's done. It just crumples up on the battlefield. Well, if you want to continue fighting, you then have to respawn. And I don't have all my freaking animations right now, so I can't really do a death animation, but I can do a simple thing like whenever you reach zero, it'll make your character where you can't move. And then, you know, I could, if I could remember right off the top of my head, how to just do a ragdoll, make your character just crumple up and fall onto the ground. That body is no longer any good, but you would respawn, and that body would persist on the ground, and you just take over as a fresh unit. And essentially, there would be, like, say, if this is your control point over here, then if there are any bodies, any chassis available, we'll have to come up with the correct name. I'm guessing a chassis would be the right one. So if there's a chassis available at your checkpoint, then you can assume control over a new chassis, and then just haul ass, go back into combat and do your thing. Um, Maybe make it to where you could pick up your old body and return it to the checkpoint, and it'll go into the say a body pile. It'll go into a storage unit, and then you just keep on going, keep on fighting. If you see an enemy out there, every chassis is the same chassis. So, you could grab that enemy chassis that you killed. You could bring it back to a checkpoint, or just so forth, and put it back in storage. But what happens if your checkpoint runs out of chassis to fight with? You get killed, and you come back here, and there's no chassis for you. Then you have to then go to the next closest. There would be, for each corporation would have a fixed control point somewhere on the map that is not able to be taken over. So, the world domination, you could actually, if there's two corporations and, you know, all the checkpoints on the world are taken, you just have to fight back and try to get control. And there would have to be benefits for owning certain ones, like maybe one of them is a solar generating farm, and it generates the power necessary to run your factories or what have you. But for your checkpoints to get more bodies or more chassis, somebody would have to drive a truck carrying, say, 10 chassis on it and deliver it to this checkpoint. And you'd be able to walk over to your checkpoint and look on a board and it'd say 14 chassis available. Well, shit, if there's a major battle going on, somebody needs to go and get more chassis. So somebody's going to have to either, I would say, go back to a checkpoint and then place your character back into the rotation, into the storage facility, and then you assume a new location, which would be over here, we'll say as the factory or your main headquarters, and you have to drive a truck out here that would have, say, 10 more chassis or 20 more chassis, depending on the size of the truck. But if you see that somebody else's truck is going out there, you can destroy that truck. And then here's the thing: do you want to have a physical driver inside and kill the driver so that you can actually take their truck full of chassis and then drive it over to your base and plug those chassis into your supply system? So that's the thing. It's all about not just killing the bad guy or the other guy. It's about preventing them from being able to resupply by depleting all their chassis and hijacking their supply route. You know, whether it's ammo, you run out of ammo. Well, you don't just magically have ammo. Sure, you could pick up ammo off the battlefield all day long, but need some health. Your ammo would have to be supplied as well. So an ammo truck would have to be sent to your checkpoint so you can come to a checkpoint and resupply your ammo. You know, it's all about supply, logistics, um, being able to stay in the fight. I think that would actually be a lot more lucrative and would interest more people because it allows people to be a douchebag. And you know what? As much as I hate it, being a douchebag is what people like doing. You know? Yes, it's catering to people's inner douchebag. But if you have to make them think a little bit, well, how come we don't have any ammo? We have no ammo out here. I've run out of bullets. Why don't I have bullets? Why can't I just have many free bullets and free thingies? Well, it's because supply and demand. If your checkpoint's out of bullets, then your dumbass is going to have to go back to your main base and get bullets. Well, what if those bullets from your main base have to come from an ammunition factory that's over here? And what if you don't control that ammunition factory anymore? Um, you're just shit out of luck. So players on each corporation would have to then think and well, how come we don't have any bullets? Well, because we don't have an ammo factory. Well, do we have enough ammo? Do we have enough chassis to be able to go out there and take an ammunition factory back? Well, we got no choice. So they have to band together to work towards a common objective. Sorry, I'm really thirsty, like always. I think that's probably the best bet for the game. And I'm going to be hammering my Discord. Hey, what do you guys think? Hey, what do you guys think? And then at that point, I'm going to start doing little things progressively to try to build the basics of the game. It's like, here's our, battlefield, so to speak. For now, instead we're just sitting here running our mouth. Or I'm just running my mouth. I'm going to get material, let's get red, geometry, box, and let's make it 1,000, 500, let's do 50, and this will be the Red Corporation. And we'll do basically the same thing, but we'll go with blue. This will be Blue Corporation. We know what we want. 1,000. What do I do? Not put these walls in the right place? Okay. That wall's fixed. Alright, so we got red and blue corporation. And we're gonna need and we'll just make this this will be say our ammo factory and shits and grins. That needs to be 250 like that. So we have something for a visual representation, red team versus blue team. For a little bit of we'll make a blueprint, actor, team, red, and we'll add in a cube. Selection box, and it needs to be 0.1, raise it up 5, and we said this was team red. Compile and save. Lovely. Add a component. Box collision. And to be our trigger box. And we need to raise this up. And we'll go 1.5 by 1.5. And let's go ahead and drop this in here. So if we see it in here, then let's not run into this. Go to red. We want to step on this box, and it put us on red team. So now, character, new materials. And I'm going to go in here, character, materials. Grab these two. Copy here. And rename this red body. And rename this to red logo. Go in here, use body color, and go 1, 0, 0. So now we have a red material. Save, close. Go with this. Material, default, 1, 0, 0. Okay. Save it, and it'll apply that. And then I'm going to grab these two and let's just copy here and go with blue logo and go with 0. Okay, save, close. Blue body. Go in here, scroll to here, select this, go 0. Okay, save. So now we have blue and red, and we'll have the original color. So here's what we need to do. I'm going to go ahead and let's just go ahead and do this. Damage. Comment color needs to be red. And let's just find us a clear spot right over here. And custom event. Go red team. And we'll do one for blue team as well, but we just need to get started with this. Grab a copy of our mesh reference here. And we have two materials. And let's do one more thing here. Let's add a variable. Team color. And for now, we'll just make it a name. Category should be player stats. Copy and save. And then let's actually do this first. Get team color. No, we want to set the team color. So if we drag it in here and set, connect that to here. And we'll call this red. Okay. And then we got this guy. Set material. We need two of these, by the way. All the same target. Excuse me, why did you break? This ain't New World. You're not supposed to break. Material index 0, material index 1. There's other ways we can go about doing this, but short term, this is going to get the job done. Red. Body. Red logo. Is that correct? 0 is body. 1. Yeah, we're good. So all we want to do here now is go to our event graph, delete everything, and then right click on trigger box on component begin overlap. Other actor cast to our player character. So we only want that player character to be affected by this. Go red team. And that's it. So in theory now, if I come over here, boop, I'm on the red team now. In fact, let's dump those. So now, if we decide that we want to join the red team, we come over here and it's a very primitive way of doing it, but now we're on the red team. Yay. 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 Well, what about blue team? So, put that in temp. Yeah. So let's copy here and team blue, and then we look at our viewport, our selection box, blue material, compile, save, and then we go to our player, and essentially we can copy all this, create another custom event, and we're going to go blue team. We just paste all this in. Hey, told you to connect. Thank you. And then we're just going to change this. Blue. And blue body. And blue logo. Compile. Save. Get rid of this. And then come in here. Go blue. Compost, save, close that, excuse me, say close that, thank you. And are you perfect? Yeah. So now if I want to go to the red team, I can step on this and go to the blue team. Yay. Or I step on this and go to the red team. What if I want to go back to the white team? And we'll copy here. 2 white team. Need to open that. Delete. Excuse me. I said delete that. Go here. Custom. Go white team. So this basically puts you back neutral again. Control C and V, thank you for just jumping ahead of the gun there. And white, and then we need to find the original body. Just will go compost, save, white team, go white team, compost, save, selection box needs to be white material, compost, save, and let's drop you in here. So now we have our team selector. Very primitive, but red, white, blue, and we're patriotic. Yay. Very simple, right? That's just going to let us, for testing purposes, let it test functionality of, hey, I'm not on any team, these functions should not work. Hey, I'm on the blue team, I should not be able to interact with the red thing. But what we need to establish is a capture point. And since we have red, white, and blue, what we need to do is create a blueprint actor flag pole. Go to this, and we don't have a flagpole. Alright, so here's what we need to do is add a component, cube, we'll do 0.2, 0.2, 10, ooh. Let's make it 5 for now. And try 250. Okay. And material, let's try oak. What is it you're being a problem for? Pole. Thank you. And let's go ahead and put a flagpole here. Lovely. So we got a flagpole. And let's change this to 0.1, 0.1. I like that better. And then I am just going to be simple as hell. Going to add a component of a cube. And let's raise you up. And then let's just make it something like that. And for right now, it's just a white block. It's not owned by anybody. I know you really can't see it for the sky colors, but a couple different thoughts of how we could do this. But for now, let's actually make it smaller. Pole, let's go set it at 125. That should be right. Compost and save. Alright, so now we can see it. It's just a visual representation. And the material is white because it doesn't belong to anybody. So since it's in a neutral state, we need to give it one more thing so that we can have another visual representation. Let's add another cube. And we're going to make this 0.1, but we're going to make this 3 by 3. Grass color. So we can see, hey, look, this is green. This is an ammo point. We have to stand here, and this will be our capture zone. So then we'll add in a flag. Cap mat. And then add a component of a box collision. Cap zone. Now it's going to be 4.5 by 4.5, and then we'll just raise it up a little bit. Yeah, I could stretch it all the way to the edge. Whatever. So this is our cap zone. And I'm going to take a quick restroom break. But when I come back, what I want to do is text. And what I want to do is center text color needs to be yellow. Why you gotta be stupid? That's 0. Can't see that for hell. Close enough. And yeah, this is going to be good enough for now. And so when we come over here, this is all temporary. So all I really need to do is just be able to see something here. So whenever I'm in here, I need to set some states. It's white, it's red, it's blue. Red, white, and blue. So I have to then decide, okay, 10-second timer, and it changes state. So let me run the restroom real quick, and then we'll continue on with this. Be thinking about, hey, how would you do this? I know how to do it. I just gotta go. So, what we need to do is make this a number. So this text, we'll make it say 10. So, let's get rid of everything. On component begin overlap. Other actor is our player. Doesn't matter if a bot steps on it or not. Doesn't matter. We can make it bot compatible later. Don't care. Oh, for God's sake, stop. Yes, lovely, 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 lovely. Uh-huh. Please. For love of God, stop. Thank you. Compose save. So when the player gets on there, we need our player. So we've already set our team color here. So we need to get team color. And let's go ahead and break it. No, that's not what we want. Let's run a branch node. If it equals red, we're going to do this. And we don't have to worry about anything else, but we do need to check to see if it's blue. So that's our choices, red or blue. If it's white, we don't care. So we're gonna, if it's false, we go here. If it's true, we go here. So we kind of needed to do the same thing, but we'll have to just copy it over. We can actually make it to where we have a custom event and roll that, or a custom function and roll that, but so it's visible. Let's start with this. Text. Well, to start off with, let's just get it to change color. We'll run a delay. For each one. And we're going to make this 3 seconds for now. At some point we could actually make that number tick down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, you're done. So we're going to wait for 3 seconds, and then we're going to get the flag, which is this basic shape material, get a reference to it, and let's go ahead and move these down. We can put this in between, and then set our material. And we need to connect you. Since this is saying, hey, is it red? Yes, then we want to change this to red material. Blue material. So in theory, let's save this. If we come over here on the white team, it shouldn't do anything. It changed to red. It should not have. Getting the color. If it's red, yes, then do this. Our team color should be none. What did I forget here? I'm asking, hey, is my team color red? If it is true that I am red, it waits 3 seconds, sets that material. If I am not red, am I blue? If so, then I change it to blue. Um, hmm. Let's break that. And let's run a sequence. So it needs to check there. It's not really checking, it's just still splitting. Interesting. It's because I put a not equal. Simple enough. Easy enough mistake. See, that's the thing that, why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Why doesn't it work? Why is it broken? Why does the game do dumb shit? It's because somebody forgot to do something. One little small thing. It's not doing anything. So if I come over here and I go to the blue team and come over here and I capture this base, it turns blue. And it stays blue. But if I change to the red team, 3 seconds later, it should change to red. But if I go back to the white team, it shouldn't change at all. So I'm going to capture it for the white team, so nobody has it. I can't because I'm not on a team. So now that is owned by the red team. See, we could change this building to be an actor and make it have a sign on it instead of that little flag, and expand the capture area so that all we got to do is go over here and boop, and go in there and use it. Now let's change to blue team. We just fought our way over here. We're going to steal the ammo factory. And boom, we own an ammo factory. I can go inside. We can make this into an actual building. Go inside, get ammo, go back out here and fight. And that's basically the same thing you do for the entire control point. You know, it doesn't have to be the flag. This actual zone could be around that entire building and use that as a capturable point. Now let's see if I take that same thing here and go to my temp folder, flagpole, and just throw another one down here. So we've got 2 on the map. And let's go to the red team. Capture this guy. So red team now owns the ammo plant. But let's go over here as the blue team. Yeah, I could have just put them in the center of the map for demonstration purposes, but this is a sample map, so. And here we go, and captured. But red still owns the other thing over there, so we don't need the text render. Let's get rid of that. So, a basic system for capturing the facility based on the stored data of the player being on one team or the other. And we could do that for checkpoints as well. You know, set it up to where there's an ammo point where you can actually get ammo. It doesn't matter if you're red, white, or blue. White basically we would set up as a neutral so that you're a non-combat unit at that point. You cannot equip weapons, you cannot fight, you cannot do anything. You cannot interact with anything in a combat environment. So white is just plain neutral. So you could actually be in town, not in a combat environment, and you're walking around as a neutral. But we could have it to where instead of the entire body changing, we could shits and grins. Let's see here. Just do a custom. Actually, no. Let's actually do this a keyboard entry of the letter G. Press the letter G and we're going to do something. We press it. For now, let's just go ahead and cycle it. Alright, so we'll run it as a flip-flop, so we can just sit there and just keep pressing it back and forth and just change our team. This is just primitives. This is not like, oh, well, that's a dumb way to make the game work. Well, who cares what you think? No. Let's go ahead and set team color, Control C, Control V. Actually, no, we don't even have to do that. Go red. Go blue. Since we already have the architecture built in, to just simply just tap and then run a special event. So G, 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 G. We're red. So now, for testing things like control points and so forth, come over here. There we go. And then we can change teams. Come over here and capture it. So we have a quick way of cycling back and forth. We could just set it up to where just our chest logo could be blue. We could have it to where we don't even change that color and leave it white, you know, that kind of shit. But for now, this is just an easy way of being able to quickly change teams faster than having it set up to do that. But good enough. Now, these are going to automatically default back to their default colors every time I come in here and do something. But good to go on that. So, questions, comments, suggestions? I'm going to go to my test map. Let's create a geometry, material, sand colored. Let's go to box. Let's make it 500, 500, 500, and this will be 250. No, 125. How big does that look? That's good enough. Put that on the ground, make it hollow. And a couple things that I need to do here. I'm going to create another one. First off, let's zero this out. And 0, 0. And this is another box. And actually, let's make it a little bit darker color. And let's make it like so. And then let's make another one here. Actually, no, let's make it this color so it works out correctly. And let's bring it out here. Go 110. Is that going to put it right there on the bottom? No, 105. Perfect. And then we need to go on the X of 10. This needs to be subtractive. So we have a doorway to walk into. Like so. It's terrible, I know. Doesn't matter. We're just creating a temporary asset. And let's do that. Let's make it looks terrible, but it doesn't have to be perfect. So we see our building. We come in, interact. This will be our ammo resupply, and then we'll go from there. All right. We just needed a building. In fact, let's lower the height of the building. That's 400. Let's make it 300. Again, not perfect. But this is going to be our building for going to get ammo. So why did I create this one down here? This would be base. So I need to do this, and then I can do this. So the last thing that I clicked on is going to be the zeroed out location. And then I'm going to take these, go to my brush settings, create static mesh, assets, mesh, ammo hut. So we know it's a static mesh, it's sm underscore ammo hut, and create static mesh. Now it's there. If we go in here, the building has no collision whatsoever. Well, that's no bueno. We don't want to just walk through the walls. So now let's go to our mesh. Ooh. So there it is, our lovely building, and we can change our materials if we want to. See if we wanted it to be the dark brown color. Let's go with the wall texture. Let's go with that, or that looks good. And then that base material. Oh, the inside chest. Let's go ahead and go with wood. No, that's it. Not it. It doesn't really matter. Then so now we have that, but we still have the problem of the that's not even the center probably. Oh, that's gonna bug me that I did that way, but whatever. Collision. I'm not gonna get crazy with the collisions on this one. I'm not making a 3D model. I'm just making a quick representation. I'm gonna go with here light map resolution. 128 sounds good. And then collision complexity, use complex is simple. That's going to fix everything here to where now we have collisions and that's not in the center. So let's go ahead and do a quick build. So it'll build the lighting in here. Oh, eat my butt. So now we actually have lighting in here that we have an issue of. Oh no, it's dark. That sucks. We need some kind of illumination in here. So for now, let's just wrong way. And sure, if we go in here and play now, we have some lighting, but I don't like it. Shits and grins. Do it that way. Now we go in here. We have a little bit of light in here. It's not enough, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We're not going to keep this on this map anyway. I'm going to delete that. And we're going to do another lighting build just so we can clean up the map. Because we're going to put this back in there as an actual actor instead. So, new blueprint, actor, ammo supply point. Open that up. Go back in here. Let's go to our mesh. Select our ammo hut. Go back in here. Add component. Static mesh. Boom. Done. And I'm going to rotate it just because it put me in this way. And I want to be this way. Compost. Save. So now we have that here. And if we were to just drop this into the map, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do the gadget. We want the blueprint. And so now I drag this in here. Let's actually rotate it back to 0. Compile, save. Now if I drag it in here, no, let's turn it 180 degrees then. So I'm going to delete it and I'm going to throw it back in here again. So now, it's by throwing that in there, we actually have the structure as a prefab unit. We can drop in there anywhere we want in the map, and it's an ammo supply point. So now, if we, there's my front door. If we wanted to, we could actually put a sign. Shits and grins. Let's add in a cube. And let's change this to 0.2. And let's go 5. Perfect. Cap. Stone. And we want to do basically the same thing we did before, is we want to add a variable. Don't really need that. Let's add a component of a box collision. And let's do So we have that cap zone. So go in here and capture it. Let's actually add another component because I feel like being froggy. And let's make this like so. Let's go with 0.08. No. 0.05. Make it a little bit thinner. And then let's change the material. What do we want? That's good enough. Ain't care so much. Then text. And I want this to be center. $180. We're gonna have to reposition it. And I want it to say ammo point. I'll make the words bigger. So now if we look at it, we got ammo point, yay! So just like we did with the flagpole, we can actually do that. Do this. So we'll do our validation. Oh, piss off. I know. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Sorry. Grab this, plug this in here to target. Because we're not using a flag, we're using a capstone. So now, if we come over here, I'm on the white team, doesn't matter. So let's change the red team. And let's capture, yay, it's owned by the red team. But I'm on the blue team. I want to get use of the ammo. Everything is not perfect and finalized, but you get the idea. Boom, 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 boom. We could actually throw some first aid kits in here, but we're not going to use first aid kits. They don't exist. You can't do first aid on a robot. You can do repairs, but you have to make repairs semi-realistic time frame. You don't want to just go in there and pick up. Now, poof! I'm 2 seconds later. I'm fully restored. Hey, look, red team owns it. So I don't need the flagpole. So if I wanted, at this point, um, set up another box collision inside there that basically means that I can set this to another variable, team. Let's actually make this a little bit different. Let's go with a name, and then get set team node here. Plug those in. This will be red, blue. Come on, save. And see, this is kind of starting to build the inner structure of, if I'm on the red team and this is owned by the blue team, then I've got to capture this ammo supply point before I have access to it because it's quote unquote encoded, and we have to break that. So we have to actually capture this point here, and you don't want the capture point to be the entire frickin' thing. So if I just run in there and you know there's a whole process, and you have to revamp everything that I've done so far, because if I just go through there, and I'll show you what I mean here. Um, can't do anything on the white team, but if I come over here, I'm on the red team. If I just run in and out, doesn't matter. I've already triggered it. It's going to turn red. So we have to make a whole new system for the capture. So same thing here. I'm on the blue team. I go in here and come right back out. It doesn't matter. I've already tripped it. I've already started the process. So you can't just leave it like that. It's not that simple. You have to think about, and I hate to say it like this, but you have to treat every player as if they're an asshole, they're an exploiter, they're trying to break your shit, they're trying to steal your shit, they're just, players are horrible people. I know, I am one. So you have to expect people are going to try to break shit, or they're going to try to exploit the system. It's just going to happen. So you have to prevent them from being able to exploit that by creating a whole new system. So instead of I made it over there, it doesn't matter. I've already started the capture. It's too late. You can't do it. So you have to have a different method set up. So you make it to where there's a control box on, like a gate, controlling a door. So I can't just run in here, grab ammo by hitting a key, and then run out. I need to actually be able to go to the door. If I'm already red team and I approach this door, then it'll automatically open. I can walk in, I can start looting. But if I'm blue team and I come here and it's owned by red, hello, then it needs a check to see if I'm on the red team. If I'm not on the red team, the door will not open for me. So then I got to come over here, we'll say, and now it'll give me a pop-up window that I'll look at right here on the wall. And as soon as I go over here, I have to press the E key, we'll say, or F key or whatever, and I have to start, we'll say, cracking the system, or hacking the system. I have to start hacking the control point, the control panel. So as soon as I get done, and we'll say it takes 10 seconds to hack the control panel, And then it will recognize, hey, I'm a red team. Now, as I come to the door will open up, and I can come in here and loot. Um, but if I'm on blue team and I didn't hack that, can't get in. Now I got to hardwire the shit all over again. 10-second hard hack on the door, and then the door will open up and I can go in. So you have to do it something like that so that I can't just, hey, look, I have to leave the box and then come back now, but I can leave it again, it'll still capture. So our current system is crap. So you actually have to go through and redo everything. So I could put like a pad right here, short term. I stand on this pad and it will change my team. And then I can start building an interface, menus, and so forth. But that is at least the start. So let's do that. Save all, save selected. Let's go back to our sample map. And we can delete our checkpoint and our checkpoint. These things here, we don't need those anymore. We actually have a way of, but we can leave them there. We can delete you and throw an ammo point into the map. Let's actually shove it up against the wall so a player can't get in there. So now we have an uncaptured control point, and I'm on the red team. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to capture this. And now door will open. I can come in, I can get ammo, go out here and keep fighting. And then we could set up, other things in here too. This was just a quick, I don't have any weapons or ammo put it in yet. But we'll take a quick break and let's look at this system right here and go back to our, let's save all, test map. And let's put this in here at zero it out. Now we have it. So we need to start changing the way that we have this set up. Gotcha. So quick break time, and when we come back, we will change to, instead of just walking up there and instantly getting access, we'll make a temporary door that does dumb shit like just. I don't have a lot of shit in this project. I'm not worried about having a lot of cool shit. I mean, hell, I could put a door in here and make it to where the door opens and closes and that kind of shit with door frames and whatnot. Yeah, this won't work because it's not actually in the blueprint. And just, that kind of shit, but we could make it where the doors swing open, or I'm just going to make a short-term sampled blockage, so it checks my team. If I stand in front of the door, it checks my team. If I am that team, then the door will move out of the way. It's not going to be pretty. It's just going to be functional, just to kind of get the point across. But back in just a moment. And again, if you guys have any questions or answers, shit them out. Spit them out. Just let me know. All right, get back. Okay, so what we need to do is go into our ammo point, viewport, and we actually need to break it. Let's get rid of that for right now. And then let's delete that. So if we look at our viewport, we don't have that thing anymore. We need to add in a new box collision. And we need to put that about there. Let's go 3 by 2. Let's try 3. Yeah, that's good enough. So we stand in front of the door on either side, inside or out. And if we're not in front of the door, we can't walk inside of it any damn way. So we just need something to do a check, perform a check. We'll come back and we'll fix this stuff later here. But we have to have, let's see, we'll call this our door trigger. Compost and save. And then we need a cube. This is all very primitive. And let's make this fill the opening here. Let's try 3. No, shit, wrong one. 0.5. No, let's try 0.1. Good enough. And 3. Too much. 2 by 2. So let's compile and save and look at it. So now, oh, it's got to go up just a hair more. We hit play. We can't get in. No, we in the damn thing. The material sucks. So let's that's interesting. Dust particles. That's kind of cool. New. That's kind of cool. Glass, no. I like it, but no. Interesting. Actually, I want to do this one. If we look at it, we can see that it's a pulsating door. We can't get in. Huh. So, at this point, we need to let's call this our door. Compost and save. We'll come back to that again as well. On component, begin overlap. So when our player steps on this, we want to check to see what team they're on. So we want to get team. No, we want to get it from the player. Get team color. And we do need that. We need to get it. Yeah, we'll fix this in just a minute. Branch equal. So we need to then check, are we this one red? And then equal blue. That, and we can just do it this way. If not, then are we blue? I mean, I could have done it also the same way with a sequence node. Let's do that. So we're going to run that check. Are we red or are we blue? Um, if it's false, we don't care. We only care if it is that. It's going to get complicated here. So our team color, if it's red, we also have to check now if, let's actually copy these. Control C, Control V. Do this. Run it like that. I mean, it's not pretty, but it's getting the job done. Yeah, it bugs me if things aren't perfect. Um, they don't have to be perfect. They don't have to be pretty to be functional. Just like me, I'm functional, but I'm pretty also. I like being pretty. So basically, what we're doing now is we're getting our team color and asking, are we red? If the answer is yes, then is the team color red? If the answer is yes, then let's create a custom event. Custom open door. We'll do another one for closed door. So we have these two custom events, and what we're going to do is um, come back over here. Let's do door trigger on a component end overlap. We want to, when nobody is stepping inside the doorway, then other actor player underscore, when no player is standing in there, we want to close door. Alright, and we need to get a reference to our door. And at this point, we want to set collision enabled. And plug that in here. No collision and collision enabled. And then we want to set visibility, and Control C, Control V. Yes, and no. Opposite. So what's going to happen is when we open the door, we're going to remove the collision so we can walk through, and we're turning off visibility so we can't see it anymore. So in theory, I'm white. It's not going to do anything. Nothing's going to happen because it's neutral state. So we need to go ahead and add in a way of doing this. Boom, setting the team color. So let's look at our viewport, and to keep it simple, I'm just going to add a component, box, do 0.1, keep it simple, stupid. We need to get functionality going before we make it perfect, right? And then team pad, and then we need to add another component, which is going to be a box collision. Doesn't matter how big it is, but we're going to go 1.5 by 1.5. So we just come over here. Oh, it's going to bug me. I don't do it right. Good enough. So now we'll call this our team trigger. Save, and then plug you in, save. So now, if we go to red team, we can't get in because we don't own it. And then now it's red team. Alright, so now we can continue setting up this stuff. We step on it, gets our team color. If it's red, okay, then we can do open door, open door. So now it won't do anything because we don't have control. I'll come over here. We're white, so let's change to the red team. Nothing's happening. So we got to change our team ownership. There it is. So now if I come over here, the door opens. And then after we're past a little point there, it closes up. I can get all my stuff, run back out. Let's change our team. Door does not work because red owns this, blue doesn't. So blue needs to come over here and capture. And then now I can open the door, go in, loot, go in, good to go. Let's change teams. Door doesn't work because I'm red and it's owned by blue. Now red owns it. I can come in here and yay, there was much rejoicing. So that's how we can set up a basic system for controlling the ammo point or the arms room or whatever. We can make this whatever we want. Now let's go ahead and remove that. Save our map. Go to our map. Go to our simple map. And since this is already there, we made all of our changes. It's just going to work no matter what. Oh, I can't get in because I'm not a combat unit. Well, I'll solve that problem. I'll just capture it. Oh, I can't capture it because I'm not a combat unit. So if I change to the red team, oh, I still can't get in. So I got to come over here and capture it by hacking the control box. And now I can use it. But those pesky blue guys, they can't come over here and use it. Let me in. Unfortunately, we still have that problem. I just touched that and then it'll change. But that's something for another repair, another upgrade. Cool, yes. The capture part. No matter what I do with that blueprint for this ammo point, doesn't matter. They're all going to be fixed as soon as I fix it in the blueprints. So I have this pre-made building that's always going to be there. I can put 50 of them in the map and it's just going to work. So we have to go back in and fix our whole thing here. But what you're going to have to do is figure out, how do you want the capture process to work? Do you want the capture process to work by, we'll say, hacking a control panel? Well, how do you hack the control panel? Do you just walk over there, press a button, and it, as long as you're standing at the control panel, it's going to work. But if you step away from it, it's going to stop working. You want to just click it, capture, and just, it's going to work. No. You want the player to have to be there, and if they get killed, then they're no longer able to cap at that point. So if they're starting to cap and you shoot them in the process and they're dead, they can no longer be capping because they're no longer part of that system. They're out of that loop. And why is somebody sending me a freaking DM? Sorry. So I think that by having to where, the capture system needs to work where you're standing here and you're operating a control panel. But you can actually then at that point decide, do you want to make it to where the person has to actually perform a task? Like, what was that, a game where you got to go through the spaceship and do different tasks, like connect wires or put in a code or what have you, and actually have them do something while they're standing there. Well, it's gonna make them have to work. Oh no, you're gonna have to work for something. And if they can't complete the task at hand, then they're just not going to be able to capture. So let's actually change colors so we can actually capture this base or this ammo point. Now have access to it. Get all my ammo, my weapons, whatever, and leave. Good to go. But now I'm on the blue team. I'm going to come over here and steal all your ammos. No, no, you're not. To gain access, you have to hack the terminal, and then terminal hacked. Now I have access to the ammo. So you can control it based on team architecture of this. And like I said, I won't have it to where they're actually corporations. But, and that's the thing is, I could try to put all kind of cool features in here, but if I don't finish this out to a certain degree, to where it's not exploitable, because like I said, if I'm red and I just cross that pad right now, it's automatically going to do it because it's a weak system. Damn it! I want my ammo, my weapons. So we have to now figure out a short-term solution of how to prevent somebody from just walking across it and triggering it. And okay, in 3 seconds, it's going to be ours. Um, you have to go in and be looking at this point. Instead of it just standing on the thing and it performing the capture for us. It's like you got to do something now. So we'll leave this in place, and then we'll come down here and come up with another process. Um, uh, which will basically include all of this. But what we need to take into consideration is while I'm standing there, I need to um, start it where, okay, I am capturing. Okay. And then if I leave, I'm no longer capturing. You could do a timer, create a whole timer circuit of, connecting the dots here. Um, because you want to begin capping. And then we need to figure out how to begin capping. So we need to create a process. Um, we'll come over here and just create a custom event. We'll call this begin capture. And then we'll have to do another one that's end capture. Or stop capture. Well, we'll come up with this later. In the begin capture part, we could actually build something here. It's okay. Brain is like functioning here. Um, okay, so what do we do? How do we do? We got to come up with begin capture. When we begin capture, create a variable is capping compost save. It's false by default. So we want to set that to true. So now we are capturing. So we began capturing, we are capping. And then let's do a new one called time remaining, and we need that to be an integer. whole seconds. Time remaining. We'll make this 5 seconds for now. Begin capture, and then we're gonna get this, and we're gonna set this at the same time. We're gonna get the current, and we're gonna do minus. So we're gonna do an integer minus integer, and we're gonna leave that as 1. So what we do here is when we begin capturing, we're going to get the current time remaining, and we're going to reduce it by 1, but we don't want to do that instantaneously, so let's actually bump this up here, and let's add a delay of 1 second. So we'll just put 1. So as soon as we start, we're going to wait 1 second, and then we're going to set the time remaining to be 1 second less. And then we're going to attach this branch node, which is a question, condition, result. What we want to do here is get our condition. Is this equal to integer equal Alright, so we're asking a question here. Is this equal to 0? If it is equal, then we want to change this. Again, we're going to end up killing this. So begin capture. Then we need a result. We'll come back to that. So our begin capture process is setting is capping to true. We're going to have a delay, and then I'm going to go through here, wait 1 second, reduce the time remaining by 1 second, and then if it's equal to 0, then we need to do this. Well, first off, we need to set is capping to false, so we're no longer capturing at that point. Huh. I don't like any of this. um, let's go ahead and stop capping. So if there is nobody here, then we need to get time remaining. set time remaining. No, let's just do this to. What is our time remaining? It's 5 seconds? Okay. So we'll set it back to 5. So. We'll do team trigger. Start and end overlap, and let's go ahead and do player. So our player is triggering the event by our presence or absence. When we start overlapping that, we need to call it begin capturing. Begin capture. And then from here, we need to stop capping. So when we stand on this thing, we start capturing. When we get off of it, we stop capturing. And we need to Control C, Control V. So that we just close that process. So when we start capping, cool, we get to this point, and then we've gotten to this point here. Scroll in a little bit so we can look at it here. We're reducing, just by standing on it, we're reducing the counter. And if it reaches 0, then we need to, bam, set our team at this point. So all this stuff that we were doing up here, it's not going to like that. If it's 0, then we do all this shit. And I don't know if this is going to work or not. Let's go over here to the, which we should go back to our other map for this. We're on the red team. After 3 seconds, it should change. And it's not. Okay. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, begin capture. So it is capping to true. So we might use that later. Wait a second. Set the time. Time remaining. Subtract 1. Then we're asking if it's at 0. We have to split that because it's only reducing it by 1. And then we need to loop it back. So let's we're doing that check there. node, and then we'll work on this a little bit at a time here. So what that sequencer node is going to do is allow us to split off here. Don't know if it was 100% necessary, but um, we're just doing a check. And if it reaches 0, then we do the thing. And short term, let's print text. Just say hello. And let's check. And actually, let's go ahead and change maps. Test map. And let's throw that in here. So now if we come over here, it shouldn't do anything. Here, hello. Stand on it, it says hello. And it's not changing. So at least we got a response here. We know that it works to this point, so let's break that, put that in here. Print string, and then we want to get that. You know, short term, we want to print something. So it's not going to say hello anymore, but it's 4. Okay. 4. Okay, it's reducing it like it should. It's getting to that point. Okay. It's either going to love it or hate it. Nothing. Change colors. And it changed. How about that? So I would like some kind of indication that it's working. So here's what I want to do is I want to break this, and then I want to add something in here to print the number out. And I'm going to go ahead and, since we're going to be standing here, let's do text sign. Okay, you didn't do what I asked you to do. Text. And let's rotate. Nanny. Center 5. Make it big number. Okay, so what we want to do here is grab this guy. I need to change the name. Tom number. Whatever. Set text to that. And then it needs to come back to here. So let's change the red team. Come over here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam. Oh no. Oh. What was her timer set to? 5. Minimum digits. That's fine. So what we need to do is just, if it's equal to 0, then let's move you and set time remaining to 0. Then we need to change it back. What the fuck is wrong with you? uh, let's just do that. Then let's do equal. It's gonna look messy for just a moment here. So we're gonna come down. Here. So if it's equal to 0, then I'm killing you all because I'm confusing my own brain. So if it's equal to 0, actually I don't even need that one because I can use this one and do that check also. So is it equal to 0? Yes. Then we need to get a reference to it. And then we need to set text on yes. And on no, because we're going to be setting that value. If it is yes, then we need to set this to if it's equal to 0, we need to set it to that if it's not. That's probably not right. 3. Okay, I only went that. I just broke it all. Clean thought here. How bad did I break everything? So I'm not changing the number, but am I still capping? Um, we still need to set text of this to whatever this value is. And then we need to there. Um, we have to cap it at 0. Set text. That needs to go there. The new value is going to be zero. And then this needs to go there also. Looks messy, but okay, we're on the red team. Timer's going down. Why is it still going down? Delete you, delete you, delete you, delete you. And that should still work. So red team, come over here, and it's gonna still go down below 0. When I stop capping, it's supposed to go back there. Um, we still need to set that number. Set text. Then go back to there. And then value will then be that. 0. So oh, you suck. We need to put it in before here is what we need to do. So this stuff is fine. So we need to, at this point, check to see if it's equal to, put it in a branch node. Just give me some damn room. Alright, so we need to check right here, first off. So if it is not equal to 0, then we keep on going. So that instant check right there. Bam. Is it equal to 0? Yes. Then hey, set is capping to false. And we're just going to build up here just to see what we can do here. So we're setting that to false, and then we're continuing to count down. Then we need to set the text of that to 0. So we need to perform this check before we start changing numbers. And then the value should be 0. And then at that point, we need to go directly into here. I'm just like brain farting. I haven't had enough coffee yet. So we need to, first off, we want you to stop at 0, no matter what. You suck a large penis. I will delete every fucking bit of this shit and start from scratch. I don't care. So, when we start to cap, we need to start off, get time remaining. Is it equal to 0? Branch. If it is true, then first off, then we need to get the time number, set the text, we want it to be 0. No, you keep your ass still. So, when we get a capture, we want to know what that is. We're setting that value to that. And if it is not, we need to set text to time remaining. Alright, so shouldn't change. Change to red. Okay, what all did I break here? On component begin overlap. The door. When we step on that trigger box, we're not going to capture. So yeah, this, I'm sorry, has to go to here. So, on component begin overlap. If player steps on there, we begin capture. We check. Is time remaining equal to 0? Okay. Alright, so this is where we then press 0, or press that. We subtract 1. So if it is not, then we do that. So it should start the countdown. Yeah, and then it should loop. From here back to here. But we still do need to do a verification to see what team we're on. Whoa. Infinite loop. Alright, it don't like that. Check to see if it's 0. If it is 0, then we need to do something. If it is not 0, then we need to set our text to time remaining -1. Let's clarify this. Alright, so first off, we need to do that. Alright, so if it's equal to 0, then we need to set it to equal to 0, then we need to set it to 0. If it is not equal to 0, we need to get our... Oh, first off, we need a delay of 1 second. Then we need to get this. Subtract 1. And then we need to get our time number. Again, let's just grab another reference to it. And we need to set the text to that. Alright, so now if it is not 0, we need to wait 1 second, and then we need to subtract that number and set the text again. So this is not going to keep cycling, but we need to at least see it tick down once. Okay? And then, yeah. Loop this back over to here and see if it's unhappy there. Why did you stop? We're checking to see if it's 0. If it is not 0, then we're changing the number Alright, so begin capture. Check to see if it is equal to 0. If it is, we're setting it to 0. If it is not 0, we want to wait 1 second, and then we want to reduce it by 1. So it needs to check, and then goes down. and it shouldn't do anything else. There's another way of doing this shit. um, Run it through a widget, and it would probably be better. But I don't want to. That's what I should be doing. And then, bam. Oh, shit. Um, Alright, so. Stupid shit. Stupid shit. See, it's doing one more kick down. So if I come over here and walk off of it and then walk back on it again, let's let them disappear. Just see if it comes back. It should just keep adding more and more and more and more and more. But I just ran it twice and it's staying there. You get this number. Oh, God, you're stupid. Um, no. You're getting this and you're subtracting 1 from it. And then you're setting that to whatever that new value is. I mean, seriously. Walk over here, bam, it changes. And then it's supposed to then loop to here and then check, is it equal to 0? No. Um, Wait 1 second, set the text to whatever this is minus 1. What am I doing wrong? Wait 1 second. And then set. No, get the time number. Set the text. The value of this is going to be, oh, because I'm not setting the gotcha. Um, Set time remaining to the time remaining minus 1. And then we want to then get the time number and set text to this. And then loop back to here. Yeah, and it's freezing it at 0. So then, now, we're going to do this. We're going to get... No, we need to set team. No, we need to... cast to our player. Let's do this. No. Let's just keep it simple, stupid. Just get a reference to our player character. And then, from there, get our team color. And see if it's equal to... We need a branch. Is it equal to red? And then equal blue. Then we deleted all that other shit though, didn't we? Yeah. Let's just make it and not see if we already did something else involved. Still got to do a few more things here and there. So it's not perfect yet, but we're still wanting to do this. And we need to... What are we changing? The capstone. We need to set our material. If it's true, we set that, and if it's false, we set that. So if we are red, yes, we do this. And we select that as red. If we are not red, are we blue? Yes. Then we do that. There, that's prettier. And then we need to set team. Red, blue, because then at that point we have not stopped it from doing this. It's 0, come back off, and then I need it this point. When I step off of it, I need to get the time number. Actually, no, I need to set. Um, yeah, no. No, set 5. We need to set that to there, and then get a reference to that, and set text to that. We still also have to come back in here and before we can start doing the capture, it shouldn't matter because we're wanting to see 3, 2, 1, and 0. I leave it. Uh, you know what? Let's just focus on this. We want to get this. And there, it's set to 0. I step off of it. Bam. Okay. So now I can actually come in here, utilize the door, utilize the equipment. But if I'm blue team, damn it, I can't get in. But I can come over here. There we go. Now I can get in. Yay. There was much rejoicing. Works. One little slight bug in there is if you're not on a combat team, you won't have access to it. So we would have to come in there and set it to none. If equals to none, then we need to set it back there, and we need to set it in there. We just need to do a check. So if we did do light check, then want to cast to player underscore base, get player character, get team color, and is it equal to none? Then let's collapse that to a function. Um, Called the null team check. We don't really even need that anymore. We can just put that in there. So basically, it's going to run this function, and if the answer is true, then we can output to continue on. We need to get it funnelized. Let's actually do this. And instead of that, let's collapse nodes. And then we'll do faction check. Then we have an input. It's going to do its thing. And then the output can only be run through there. So if it's true, then basically it's going to check. Is it equal to none? Then false, then continue on. So now, technically, if we did right check here, it's going to only continue through if it checks the team correctly. So we'll do white check here. So in theory, now that I'm on the white, why are you still counting down? Now, if I walk over here, it shouldn't do anything. But if I'm red, it should work. And then, bam, captured. And it reset back to 5. Doesn't matter. I mean, I could do another check here. Check the team color, see if it's already red, and if it is red, then why would hell do I need it to do a countdown again? Just adding more junk in there to complicate the circuitry of the thing. But if I'm blue team, I can't access the door until I come over here, kick the counter, and now it's owned by blue team, and now I can go in. So it works. In this faction checker, I could, check to see if it's blue and add more circuitry in there, and then just delete this second one up there and just redo it. You know, just edit one of them, delete the second one, and then copy the first one again, and then put it back in. I just can, I can fix that function and the conjunction function, junction, whatever, and make all that shit work. So that if it's red and you're red, then why would it? You know, it doesn't do the countdown again. Not necessary, but it's an extra touch that is a nice touch. I'm gonna take a break, use the restroom real quick, and we'll go from here. I'm actually gonna be finished with this one for right now, so we can actually take that, delete it, save it, and then go back to our other map, which is our sample map. And now run around. We got multiple ways, and see, I have a way of going back to the white team now. So if I come over here and it's a neutral. So one thing I do want to do: ammo point, capstone. Let's change the starting material. Just so it has something there. Looks like shit. But I'm on the red team, so let's go ahead and capture this thing. Now I can go over here, and we can add functionality now of being able to pick up a weapon and grab ammo, and then be able to go out into the field and bang, 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 press the number 1 key, and it equips said weapon. We don't have any weapons in here, but can fix that, but only if you guys talk. I'll be back in just a minute. So, all that shit, homie. Alright, so we have the working ammo point. I don't like that material on there, though. That was the capstone. We'll just put it at green. So we've got that. We can manually cycle our teams, or we can go over here, change our team. But here's the problem we need to look at. Does it work in multiplayer? Change it to and new pie windows. Alright, so I need to adjust these windows just so you guys can see it a little bit nicer. Yes, I know I could manually change these windows in the editor, but I'm not gonna. So, yeah. If I change, the client doesn't see it. So this is the client. The one that's jumping right now is the client. He's red, but I still see the other guy as being white. So if I go over here as the client, see the numbers ticking down. We see it being red, and I can access. No, I can't. I can't access it because the server doesn't know that I've changed colors. But I'm red, so I still see you as being white. I can go in there and loot, and hey, look. The door is not operating because it's not properly replicated. So if I go back over to the client, even though the client did trigger it, client, let's try it as a blue team. Now, look, the server sees the client being blue. And I'm capturing. So, now it's blue. I still can't enter because the door is not replicated correctly. Server sees the change. But you see, red still sees it being as a red captured base. Blue sees it, as being that. So let's go over here and change the blue team. Server sees everything fine. Now the client sees everything fine. See, now the door is opening for the client, but not for the server. So let's let the cap go. Now, see, the door is replicating now. Let's change over to the client. Well, then I can go in there, right? Yep, now I can. Now it's working. So those are working correctly. But if I do the manual switch, this is not replicated whatsoever. So we need to fix that. All this right here is... Well, let's actually just remove that functionality. And now fix the windows again. Alright, so I'm the server, and I'm going to walk the server over here and stand next to the white. Then we're going to go over here now as the client. Yay. Nothing should happen over there. So the client is going to go to blue, and we're all good to go. Now the server is going to go to red. See, because of the way that that one was set up on the map, it just replicates normal. So if I come over here now and try to use the door as red, and I'm going to move both of them over here, it does not work. So let's move blue over here, which is our client, and try to use the door. Nothing works. Let's go over here as the client and capture the base. Alright, so you see what happened there. Client shows it as blue, but can't access the door. Server sees it as red and can access the door. It's working just fine. But this button over here, if I come over here now as red and capture it, I can access it. Let's go over here and change the blue team. Now that I'm blue team, can I access the door? Now, look, the client sees me being able to open the door, but the server doesn't. So let's go ahead and capture the base. Now I can use the door. Client's still seeing it just fine. Client can access the door just fine now that it's blue. But if I change back to red, now I'm on the red team. Do I still have access to the door? No. See? Can I get in? And if I change it as the client, the server doesn't recognize it. And since the server does not recognize it, it's not going to let the door work. So, this is working. So, let's look at our ammo point. So this whole section right here is not replicating correctly. So we're going to have to basically rebuild this structure in a replicated fashion. Why are you loading? So do we need to replicate it in here, or what do we need to do? Keep it simple, stupid. Check the first thing. Component replicates. Door trigger. That shouldn't be a problem. Component replicates. However, I doubt that's going to fix the issue. let's come over here and stand where we can see the capstone, the number, and the door. Let's go back to our client, and we're going to change to the red team. See, we see red. However, the server doesn't see anything change, and I still have no access to the door. But if I come over here and boom, change to red team, client sees a change. But since the server did not authorize the change, now I can open and close the door. I can go in. How about the client? No problem. So, where the breakdown in communication here is, let's go back to server, and we're going to change to blue team. No access to the door, as we can see. Server starts capturing. Boom. But the client did not see the change of color. But since blue opened the door, the server opened the door. Alright, so let's go back over here as you see it triggered again. Go to red. We see it as blue. We're going to run this one more time here. Alright, client sees me being able to open the door because the client sees the building is being captured by red. But since the client converted it to red, now the server has access to the door. So what the breakdown in communication is here is the blue team, or in this case the client, we see the colors just right. Alright, door component replicates. Let's make sure everything in here says component replicates. It's not going to fix the issue. I know what I need to do, and just being lazy. Alright, last check here, and I know I have other bugs that need to be addressed. Alright, server. Client. Yay, the client. Client's going red team. Server's going blue team. Server's going to stand where you can see everything. Client. Server sees the tech. Alright. So, what's happened here is break down the replication of the client activating it. It's just triggering based on whoever's there. But I still can't access the door. Server can access it because it's been unlocked for him. The server comes over here and captures. It is now blue. You can see how it's tripping out for the can't do it. I need to go over and join the blue team. Now everything's blue and I can walk in and out just fine. So the breakdown in this is going to be the replication of moving some of the stuff over to the player. Because the fact that in the player character, these are all done by the player, by changing the team, red, white, or blue. Okay? And the team things are just calling on the player and boom, setting the team. So we have to decide on this. We're gonna have to redo everything. So all this work going into making all this work is for naught. Because it's just not going to work. If I come back in here and play as a single person, we know these work because they trigger the player to do something. So the event that I need to trigger needs to be this pad. So I need to set the team of that through the player, or I need to set it to properly replicate in a different manner. I'm thinking the best way to probably go about that is to actually go ahead and alright, let's look at the player one more time. So when I did that, I'm setting the team color, I'm setting something here, and replication, let's just do replicated. On that. That's changing the materials, and that seems to be working. Doesn't matter which team I go on. So I want to get in here. It just works in single player. And that's where the multiplayer replication, making a multiplayer game is really going to be, you're fighting getting that replication just right. And change back to red team, try to use the door, then it not going to work. I actually have to come over here and capture the zone. And now I can access it because I'm red. But if I'm blue, I cannot access it. Blue has to come over and capture. I will think about a correction for that, and I will update that on the next possibility. But this is just testing out functionality, and not even close to being what the game's going to look like or operate like. This is just a prelude towards, you know, getting things going, fixing the replication. You know, yeah, if you do it right the first time, you don't have to keep doing it. But make sure we do a save all, and let's close this for just a moment. I don't know why it has to hide this. Load this project, do a quick glance over. Um, Now this is a Cinti Studio asset pack, and I've already had to fix a couple things in it. Um, I haven't set the characters up yet. I haven't done the lighting build yet, um, but pretty cool looking stuff. But before I really even will consider putting in an asset pack, I gotta have enough ready to go. So you got humanoid characters in here. Um, I would probably not be using those characters if I used this asset pack, just because the method of gameplay is going to be Android based or mech based. So the base, you got if I were to use this, you got this, which I would see if I could animate that a little bit. Use that as a portal to go to a different location, but that's not the way that I want the game to actually run. Oh look, no collision, lovely. Um, I've already fixed some collisions. Yeah, the quiet is deafening. Hello, hello. Um, Take a look at these, and then if I decide to use some of this, I don't know what I would use on it. Um, Really, just kind of reminds me of a couple other different games. Looking at this scenery. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool there. That's a particle effect the way they did that. Let's look at scavenger. We'll get out of here. Ain't nobody talking, making suggestions, junk like that. Crash starships, big satellite dishes, junk and debris everywhere, ponds. Interesting. Let's actually get on foot here. Interesting. Bubbles. You got collision on that, but you don't have collision on your ramps. Oh, Cindy. Do they have collisions here? They do. So there's potential in this asset pack here. May or may not use it. I'm not sure. I'll have to feel out what I think on the actual feel of the game. We'll look at some of the weapons here in just a moment. Kind of ladder pieces. Let me put a ladder in. If you don't make it functional, people are like, why can't I climb up the ladder? Well, it's good question. Why can't you go up the ladder? Because developers are being way too lazy and don't feel like making them work. It's possible to make them work. But the idea of multiplayer replication makes everything terrible. Challenging. The weapons are out here somewhere. Yeah, I think they're back over this way. So yeah, you got knives and daggers and swords and shield, hammer, axes. Yeah. Phasers and lasers and pew pews. People want a pew pew. People want a poo poo, but they're always poo pooing on games. Yeah, your game sucks, man. Make your own. Let me know how that shit worked for you, Chief. Yeah. That or that. What is that? Looks like pieces. Oh. Okay. Particle effects. Flying ships. Radioactive fog. That sounds lovely. That's some big towers. Road pieces. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Although it would have been really nice if they'd hit that build button on their maps and done a lighting build before they shipped it. What do I know? Lots of cool stuff. So, we're going to wrap it up, y'all. Let's see here. Meshes. Characters. Depots. stay pose, I suppose. Kind of diverse characters, but that's not really what I want. It's not going to fit with my theme. You're all humans. I don't want humans. Oh. So wrapping this stuff up, y'all. See, they put the characters in here with blueprints, and no animation blueprint or animation, you know, why even bother putting the freaking blueprints together if you don't have a damn game mode, you know, and that kind of shit. So, yeah, let's wrap this up. Assets wise, I have a couple. And this is not all of them either. And that's the thing is, I mean, I've got weapons, I got characters, robots, and sci-fi stuff coming out of my ears. Um, this is not even close to all of what I got available. Um, Animations, characters, vehicles, weapons, the whole kit and caboodle. Like, I mean, even just run these mannequins. They're not exactly the UE4 mannequins, but it is going to give you a male and female. Oh, those are females, both females. Military style mannequins, but never for animations. Okay. Why are they all female? And I'm just gonna be silly here, but yeah. Why does it matter if they're male or female to begin with? But there's a lot of good stuff available on the market too to buy. But I've already got thousands upon thousands of assets, and you know, no point in me buying anything if I don't need it. I thought that was. I thought I had another set of mannequins too. 9,000 swords. Yay. Um, Prototype characters. Alright, so that's male and female. And yes, I know the Unreal Engine newer version actually has male and female characters, but I don't like that version of Unreal Engine 4. Um, and it's an add to project thing, so, you know, I may swap those in for the next one, but It's not exactly what I want to do. I kind of want to use the Cinti characters because I've got so much of their assets. Um, a lot of free shit available too. Actor core sample motions. Okay. Yeah, and there's new stuff popping up on here all the damn time too. So you really kind of gotta go through here and just peek around. What's this? Low poly shooter pack, free. Okay, so I see a pistol, a rifle with a terrible skin. I'd swear that looks like a Cinti Studios barrel there. Targets. Hmm. Handgun and assault rifle. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Um, 31 blueprints, 4 C++ classes, skeleton rigged, yes. But is it multiplayer? Don't say. Interesting. Um, Reloading, reloading empty, shooting, inspecting, running, and more. Um, Might have to check it out. Questions? Ugh, idiot. Is it free? It'd be really cool if it was all free. If you worked so hard for months to make this asset pack and just let us have it for free, that would be awesome, right? Fucking morons. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. Bag. Thank you. But yeah, like I said, there's always tons of free things available. Um, VR development. Um, Magic Leap. Okay. I mean, there's freaking helicopter and large truck and yeah, all kind of shit. And for those wanting to get started with it, I mean, I've done a bunch of videos, but there's also a lot of free resources on here and on YouTube. I'm not using Niagara, but nice. It's A10. This shit here. Damn, that's a lot of free shit. Though I would like it if it would start back at the top of the page so you could scroll down. Instead of having to scroll up before you can scroll back down again. A lot of military vehicles. Not using any of them. But, cool. Money talks. The fuck is that? Weather system. Cool. Low poly core. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. Free adventure characters. And modular at that. Alright. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. Y'all take care, and we'll see you